recording started here, and I'm going to get Craig to join too, just in case the audio is bad.
Now recording.
Whoa, that was way loud. Okay, we are in, and let me get, oops. Non-video participants. All right, perfect. Sorry. Still getting used to this new setup. Everything's a little bit, okay, that's set up, and this I need to also. Okay, it all looks good. Welcome back, everybody. Should go ahead and get right into table plop. And let me. All right, so last we left off, y'all had been in the heat of the battle. 3 out of the 4 of you had been down and resurrected with dark gifts. Repercussions to follow. But if you're in the splash page, I'm about to move everybody over to Vallaki and open that. Move everybody to scene. Make scenes. All right, so everybody's kind of every which way. Sunny is way over here, and she's got
something.
She's got quite a ways to go. About 14 turns of double dash will get you to the church. I believe that 3 out of the 6 vampires are now turned from Ricky. Manu seems to be running away, leaving your little adopted dog in the wake. And Tegan is up here, calling for guards and trying to get their attention. And the other 3 vampires has just ended their turn fiend status, so they're back in action. Let me boot this up.
What am I doing with the bones again? And bringing them to the church and get them blessed or something?
Trying to reconsecrate the church grounds with the
yes.
The bones.
That's right. Oh, and I don't just have double dash because I'm a rogue. I have triple dash.
Correct.
All of your hard fought math has gotten you nowhere.
Okay, so vampires A, B, and C are nearest to Tegan, and they're gonna start rushing her way. It's gonna dash to get there. So they 3 vampires just ending their turn undead status kind of came to realize the nearest combatant was you, Tegan, and use their actions just like rush up and get right in your face, just like menacingly, and then the other vampires. They are all currently. No, Java, not now. Remind me later. So they're going to be using their actions to get as far away from Ricky as possible.
Hold on. Marcella's calling me, so I'll be right back.
And that ends. That ends the vampire's turn. Sorry, I tried to set a lot of this stuff. I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes that I wanted to have a chance to do beforehand, but here we are. Back to initiative. Oops, 4. Okay, so Ricky hears basically directly above him in the floorboards, sort of like a little and like floorboards creaking a little bit, followed by that sound again 2 more times, and just like Tegan, you specifically hear this this sound that's almost like new, like you haven't experienced it before, but it's like hauntingly familiar, and maybe other passerbyers wouldn't notice the sound, but it becomes like quickly overwhelming to you. Then Ricky hears above him the floorboards creak as one or more figures start stepping down the stairs here. And rounding the corner to step right in front of Ricky. Count Strahd von Zarevich stands there. Ricky can see him elegantly dressed, unnaturally tall, approaching 7 feet. Pale skin, widow's peak coming to a point on his furrowed brow. He looks Ricky up and down, paying special attention to his mouth, which isn't there. I'm sure in this moment Ricky has no mouth, yet he must scream. And
What about
impatient guests, I'm so very disappointed. I had this whole thing planned, and, well, there's nothing to be done for that now. He looks Ricky from the mouth right into his eyes. He locks eyes for a moment. Ricky's gonna need to make a charisma save. I would ever so much if you would appreciate it. I would ever so much appreciate it if you would simply meet me at the church. I have something to show you. And Ricky also hears the floorboards and stairs creak once more. Stepping out into the stairs, out from the stairs into this coffin showroom here, are two equally elegantly dressed, seemingly entourage of Strahd. And then Tegan, you hear this sound, this kind of cacophonous, like overwhelming, like chittering in your newly formed ears, and two of the upper floor windows that haven't previously been open just burst open, and out of four of the upper floor windows of the coffin maker's shop, just pouring out just swarms of bats.
Okay then.
About half of them are going to fly off to this direction. A little more than half, actually. All right, Manu, it is your turn. You have ran away from your little cute dog. What are you doing?
Well, gee, don't make me feel bad about it or anything.
I think Manu might be slightly preoccupied, having been knocked unconscious several times and nearly dying and everything that's going on.
God, this is oh boy. Well, I was running away, but whoops, didn't mean to bring him with me. But they seem to be coming with me.
You have to serpentine.
Yeah, I think I'll try and let's see how I can. Oops, damn. I don't really know how to get it to like change direction.
Oh, spacebar at any point will pin it where it's at.
Okay. I'm going to get away from them by going that away through the buildings there.
Okay.
And I don't know if that one still gets an attack of opportunity for being frightened or not.
I don't actually know how that works. If it being frightened definitely hasn't used its reaction, but I think it could only use its action. Does somebody want to look up frightened for me?
What kind of paladin is Ricky?
I'm looking at Ricky's character sheet right now. And it was Turn the Unholy. It's turned for 1 minute or until it takes damage. It also can't take it can't not take reactions, so you're good.
Nice. All right, so 80 feet that way, and I guess that's my turn. I don't think I have a bonus action.
Okay, Tegan, you are up next. You've got 3 vampires quickly coming up at you, one right behind you. You've been shouting. You think you might have got attentions of some of the guards at the morning gate, the gate that you entered from on the eastern side of town, which is just further down the street. Yeah, what are you doing?
I think for this round, I'm actually going to take the disengage action before I move. And then just move 30. Even though that's going to get me hit a lot next turn. Because I can't think of anything else to do.
Hopefully Ricky can work something out.
I'm a good ways away from Ricky at this point.
Well, I'm hoping, Scout is hoping that Ricky can work something out with the Count and save us. Well, save you two. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Speaking of that, I don't think you're chilling. You are Olympic sprinting, and it is your turn next.
So, I started trying to do this last time and then said that I couldn't do it, and then I reread my stuff and I can do it. I'm going to cast Mold Earth again. Just make another random 5-foot square.
Okay.
And
which one are you getting rid of? The one that's just in the road over here, or the one that's on top of the coffin maker?
The one that's on top of the coffin maker. It's I don't think I get a choice.
Okay, and where are you putting it?
Just I guess behind me.
Okay.
Anywhere in the road. And I'm doing that just because I can't remember why, but I didn't want to actually kill. The whole reason I put dirt on that guy was to keep him alive to question him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying not to suffocate him.
Okay, good to know.
Which hopefully he didn't yet. And then I guess I'm gonna do the old. How do you do it again?
If you just put yourself like a third of the way in between where you are and where I'm pinging, it's going to take you 3 turns to get that far, so just guess it.
Okay. That looks right-ish.
I'd say even as far as like there.
All right, I'll take it. Or maybe right here is 90.
I think I gave you a little bit of wiggle room when I calculated this out last time, that it would take you about 3 turns of double dashing to get to the inn, and then once you're at the inn, I had determined it would take you about 4 turns to get from there to the orphanage, and then 7 turns from the orphanage to the church. So if you went straight from from where you're at to no turns, this sounds a little boring to me, and I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That
It
14
happens.
turns of double dashing to
You
your
know what?
destination.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just move here. I have a feeling that something will happen that makes me stop having to do this before I possibly do 17 more turns of double dashing, but we'll see what happens.
You also
And,
have met at least a couple fight-ready NPCs at
Cool.
the tavern, which you're closest to. So if you did stop and ran into there, you might be able to get some assistance, or somebody to at least cover the rest of your journey. But
yeah, I think Sunny would just do whatever Ricky said, having seen that Ricky knows a little more about. I think what Sunny is just thinking is general demons, whatever that means. So, yeah, I think she's not really gonna do anything else. Just keep running.
okay.
So, end of my turn.
Next up would be Ricky. And he is charmed. And he is definitely heeding the request to meet Strahd, have Strahd take him to church. So he's like, tries to say, "Oh, no problem," but it comes out like, And so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Just starts jogging to church. And then we are back to the vampires. I believe A, B, and C are the ones closest to Tegan. And just one is gonna rush up. The other two start rushing this way. And this one is going to make 2 claw attacks against you, Tegan. The first one's a natural 4. The next one's a natural 16, plus 6, so 22.
Yeah, that hits.
That's 2 1s on my D4, so that is 5 slashing damage.
Okay.
Seeming to pay no mind to you, Manu, even really, the other three vampires just start heading off in the direction of the church. Strahd is going to use his shape change ability to mist form. Both Ricky and Manu think they see like kind of this wispy cloud of like dark mist just like zooming really fast past them.
Gotta go fast.
Right. These two are just gonna casually step out the side door here and just kind of survey their surroundings. Oof. Manu, you're up next.
I am just gonna keep dashing, and like the plan is to head between these two buildings here and make my way to the street. But yeah, just dashing for now, just running away, cause that's a bad place.
Okay, just getting your turtle scooch on.
Yep.
All right. Next up would be Tegan.
I'll take the AOO and dash 60 foot.
A natural 6.
Just hits. You said they had a +6, right?
Yeah.
Yep, just hits.
You have a 12 AC?
Yep.
Wow. Sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slashing damage.
And I'm back to single digit again.
All right, was that a dash to get that far, or are you doing anything
Yep.
else? Okay.
No, I dashed.
All right, Sunny is up next. You could get with a double dash another to about here, 2/3 of the way to the tavern.
Okay, works for me, and I think that's it for me.
All right.
That big run.
Rickley is similarly going on as good of a jog as he can in his full armor. Vampire spawn A.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Is gonna have to dash, so it can't use its action to attack you. But yeah, it's gonna get there. B and C are similarly. Fucking alleyways. And then let's see how far this gets this time. Sorry to go quiet there for a second. I don't think any of your characters would have seen most of that. Yeah, correct. Next up would be Manu.
Just dashing between those two buildings there. I'm almost to the street.
A little really fast waddling turtle there. Let's see, where are you exactly? As you're kind of looking around the corner, you can spot down the road to your left is kind of where like the town square is, and you're also seeing a small congregation of guards outside of one barracks-looking building. But next up would be Tegan.
Gotta go fast. Oh. So it will yet again get a swipe on me, but
Oh, well, that was a natural 4. Big swing, just like maybe catches a bit of your clothing with its claws. Doesn't quite take holds. From that distance, you do see that you have alerted the presence of the 3 guards near the eastern gates, and they are beginning to rush towards you.
Yay!
All right, and Sonny, you're up next. At this point, you'd be right out front of the bar. If you choose to, you could run in. If not, you could just keep on your path.
I'm just gonna keep running. I said I would, and it's just gonna happen now. So that's the end of my turn.
All right. Are you free action and shouting out or anything?
Yeah. I'll yell at if there's anyone taking a little smoke outside. I'll yell at them.
Okay, go ahead and roll your choice between persuasion and performance.
Okay, I think I'll do a performance. I guess it doesn't matter. Both are +4. That's 4 + 4, 8.
8.
Not the best.
Okay. There's, while you're rushing past, there's like, the usual like crowd noises, and then you just start, just no time to stop, sprinting by, but sparing like half a breath to kind of like, little help out here, big bad shit is happening. And you do think you hear a little bit of a hush, as if like people in the crowd might have heard you and stopped to hear if there's anything more spoken. But next up would be Ricky, and Ricky's also kind of booking it in the direction of the church. Once again. Gonna have to dash to get there, so can't use its action. These other 2 dashing towards the church. Where? You hide a token and you can't find it. Where is that? Where even is that? I am so sorry. Where are you?
It's a big map, and
Yeah.
you're spread all over it.
Okay. There you are. Scout, as you are shouting to your right, to your left, kind of above the spire of one of these, very Tim Burton architecture-looking buildings, kind of this like thick, dark cloud of smoke that is just like zooming by at an alarming pace.
Oh man, that cloud is really zooming.
And there aren't minis on the table for this, but there are like people on the streets. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to set all of that up, and I feel like
Alright.
I've already set more up that I can handle as it is. But
You
the vampire consorts that were kind of arrived with Strahds are gonna stop dashing and just kind of more leisurely strolling through these streets. I'm going to say both of them encounter a commoner from Vallaki, and one of them doesn't hit, and one of them does. So that commoner falls where it stands. Then we got the bat swarms. Manu, you see over the buildings to your right as it's like a huge amalgamation of almost like so thick it's like making it even darker than this unnaturally dark mid-morning is. We're just like also zooming. All right. Then we've got our Wallachian guards, who are now rushing to the aid of Tegan.
Yay!
And they're each just like shouting, to arms, and you start seeing people that are out and about, going onto their porch, slamming their doors, locking up. People around the area are definitely on alert and might be getting some militia to help y'all out in a bit. But next up is Manu.
I'm going to run out into the street, and I will cast Thaumaturgy to make my voice louder, and I will start screaming about vampires. Vampires! They're vampires! Help us!
Okay, roll persuasion with advantage.
$16.
Okay. Definitely this handful of guards is alerted.
That will be it for me.
All right. Tegan, you are up next.
It's gonna get another swipe.
That's a natural 13, so that hits. Not a lot of damage. 2, 3, 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Sunny, you are up next. I think during... Sunny is not here for a moment. Or Scout is
I'm
not
here. I just have my camera off for a second. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You do notice as you're running by, Irina has kind of poked her head out the door. It's just like, is anything the matter? What is going on?
And what did anything happen with that shadow I saw on the spire, or is it just kind of like whizzing past still?
It's in the process of kind of just zooming past you.
Okay. I'll be aware of that, but I think yeah, I'll okay. I'm gonna run over to Irina and Irene.
You also could reply to her without deviating from your course. Just like, no time, but this is what's going on. But yeah, you can full stop and talk to her.
I'm gonna full stop and talk to her, I think. You know what? No. I keep running. Irina, go to the coffin maker.
What is... Do we need help? What's... Go to the coffin maker.
Right. Bring people. And that's as much as I'm gonna tell her.
Okay.
Might be a good idea for her to not go there, but that's what I said.
Truly is. Yeah, so with another double dash, you get about 1/4 of the way between where you're at and the orphanage.
Okay.
Okay. And then he would be up next. And he is also hoofing it. We are to the vampire spawn, which again is going to get right up against you, but can't quite take its action on its turn. These two are continuing to rush down the road.
keep looking at Vampire Spawn A and thinking the Bobby Hill lines from King of the Hill. I don't know you.
I'm starting to get connectivity issues now too. Yeah, and these two consorts are also going to continue their leisurely stroll through town, taking a swipe at a commoner each as they do so. That's a miss. That's a hit. And another commoner here is critically injured on the ground. Oops. Okay. And your guards start rushing in. So one guard amongst this crew, that's too far, rushes up and is like, Turtle Boy, what's this about vampires?
Oh, we went to see the coffin maker, cause he had something, and he was like, yeah, it's upstairs. So we went upstairs and we opened some boxes, and there were vampires in them, and they tried to kill us, and now they're on the loose around here and elsewhere.
And I think he looks over you and sees like an unnaturally large swarm of bats kind of just like fluttering in a rapid pace like over the buildings behind you, and it's like, you mean that's unusual fog cloud of bats there, or?
Can I see any of these other three vampires over here?
You do have your eyes on one of them. You think you might have seen another one just round a corner.
I'll point over in that direction. I'll tell them, no, they're over there. They went around there.
Okay, so I think this whole he's gonna call back to his little unit here to kind of see what the matter is. Irina's gonna duck her head back into the blue water and My green friend Sunny said something about going to the coffin maker shop and bring guys, I think she said. So I don't know what's going on, but would anybody care to go with me? Um, and I think she looks around, and most of the patrons are kind of like, as soon as she started kind of saying stuff that sounded like she might be asking for a request, most of them kind of just intently stopped listening. But I believe that. Okay. She's going to step out and start jogging towards the coffin maker's shop. Out of the inn comes rushing Yevgeny Krushkin and Soldar Soldarovich, who three of you had previously had conversations with, and another that you had seen but not talked to yet. The pointed-eared and gray-haired and hat-wearing individual that was also said to be an outsider from these lands like you all were. Second. And Manu, you're up next.
They do seem to be going. I will. I'll instruct the guard and his men to cut through the building and to cut through the buildings here and try to cut them off on the main road, which is, I guess, what I'll also attempt to do. I'll just be coming through. And then I'll just rush on through. And that's my turn.
Okay, and up next is Tegan.
Let's check the distance. Good enough. I will use my action to disengage to
Nice.
not proc a swipe. And move 30 feet away while telling guards multiple vampires in the city.
Oh, I see one. We'll do what we can. Okay. And next up would be Sunny. Double dashing, you could get about halfway between, yeah, about there.
Okay. That's what she does.
I can move Ricky.
Yeah, that's about it.
Ricky keeps hoofing it. Now it gets up with you and kind of hesitates on the verge of attacking you for a minute and kind of grins while it turns its attention instead here to guard E. And it's going to swing with its claws. That's a natural 19. So instead of swiping, it's going to grapple on to this guard and make a bite attack. And this guard is this. Wait. +6, 7. Yeah, so it doesn't quite get. This guard is just wearing just good enough armor around the collarbone that it just like it's like thinks it's going to be doing this really intimidating thing right in front of you, just like draining this guard of all of its blood, be like, this is what I was about to do to you, and then it just like fails, and it looks really awkward for a moment. Then
It is the guard's turn to pull the I don't know you.
and Sunny kind of a bit off into the distance in front of you. You see this this cloud that's quickly past you continues to just like streak forward at an alarming pace.
And does it look like it's heading for the church?
It does.
Okay. Sunny's real excited to find whatever that is in about 2 turns.
These two consorts are still kind of just absent-mindedly winding their way through the crowd. It's like people now in this kind of stockyard area are beginning to like shriek and panic, and people are just running in every which direction. And occasionally these two are just like happening upon them, like in melee range of commoners in front of them. The first one is going to try, and for the 3rd time in a row, is not going to kill anybody. And for the 3rd time in a row, this one in the kind of skeletal mask is going to strike somebody down. All right, so Manu, you had requested that these guards snake their way through the buildings to start searching for the vampires.
To get to the main road that Sonny's been running down, to kind of try and cut them off, cut these three off here.
I think half of them are a little suspicious of you, so they're going to start flanking around counterclockwise to the building, and half of them are going to start flanking around clockwise. And this one's going to rush right up to you and be like, well, hold up, what was that about?
What did he ask?
Just to, like, explain yourself a little bit better than vampires.
We were helping the church with something, and it involved us going to see the coffin maker, who's actually really mean, and he was keeping vampires in crates. So when we went to look for the thing that we were looking for, we found vampires instead.
There are vampires loose in the city? This is not happened in my lifetime. Are you absolutely certain?
I'm very certain.
Which one is T? All right, so now it's the guards that are near Tegan's turn. And they're gonna, seeing their comrade try to get, almost get bitten by this, and in the arms of their comrade in the being restrained by this creature. All three of them are going to attempt to make attacks. Oh, and oof, I did this bad. Actually, these two are going to keep their distance a little bit. The first one definitely misses its swing. Second one also misses its swing. The one who is grappled is going to use their action to try to escape that, which it does not. So Tegan, you have the three guards rushing into your defense. They're kind of keeping their distance using their long spears to kind of try to jab attacks at this creature. Not really being successful yet, but you do have help.
Yay. Do-do-do. Okay, I'm going to healing word myself.
Can you do that as a reaction?
Oh, sorry.
It was just the
Thought it was
guard's
my turn.
turn, sorry.
Okay.
Where are we at? Okay, so this kind of wave of guards has kind of this one gotten right in front of you, Manu, and kind of got a little more information, is a little less wary of you, and did happen to see some vampires darting through the alley. Shouts for this one in the back to go rally the militia, and for the rest to rush up to the street to try to cut him off. And the other ones are kind of on their way to do that anyways. That one's rushing off. It is round 18. Okay, so Irina and company are going to be starting their rush down the road here. And from where they're all at, they still don't see anything the matter.
Lucky them.
Okay. And Manu, you're up next.
Alright, I think I'll just try and keep up with these guys. And as a bonus action, actually, right here in the middle of the road, I will put my spiritual weapon.
Hold on. Right there in the where your
Yeah.
measuring tool is at.
Yeah, right there.
I'm gonna make it a blue circle. And I'm making it public, so you should be able to move it yourself.
Yep.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yes, it is.
Tegan, we're back to you.
Okay, now I healing word
Okay.
with Max. Yay. And while I really want to help them, at the same time, cover thine own ass first, I will disengage and step back a bit.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Sunny would be up next.
Alright,
And on this turn, you're like basically here-ish.
I think I'm gonna start yelling. Oh wait. No, that's the orphanage.
That is the orphanage.
Never mind. I'm gonna do nothing.
I mean, you could yell to bar the doors, but
Yeah. What was her name? I don't
Claudia
think that would be
Belasco is
any
the
or-
is right.
Just, hey, orphans! Stay in the house! If there's any orphans outside, I start yelling at them. Get in the house, orphans!
Right. And just sprinting and yelling at the same time, which I'm sure is great for your respiratory system. And then Ricky on his
Got
turn.
acrobatics. So.
Ricky on his turn after that would also continue his trek to the thing. And then we are back to the vampire that is engaging with these.
Oh no, it's so blue.
Did I just delete the one that was in front of you?
Yeah, you did.
Of course I did.
I think that was just the one that got really gigantic.
Drawing circle, and that was like here, right?
Yeah.
Deselect token, so I don't accidentally do that again. Sorry. Okay. So this one still is holding on to this one here, and it's going to try to make a bite attack. Natural 7, 6. And again, it's gonna miss. But then like pushes it away, pushes the guard away, and makes a claw attack against it, which also fucking misses. Yep, also +6. So yeah, both of those miss. This one's having a rough time. It's like trying real hard to be a badass, a spoopy badass, and really just like has Nerf fangs for whatever reason. These two are gonna continue making their way downtown. And same with these ones are now starting to just rush past Ricky. Okay. Sonny, you see stretching out before you this this kind of like shadowy vapor, misty smoke, just like moving unnaturally fast, even like against the wind, and it's getting very close to the church at this point. Back over in the stockyard where these two consorts are kind of just like lazily going on a kill spree through here. Escher is going to roll a natural 1 because he is ineffective today. Ooh, a natural 15. So Valenta is going to create another victim here. Be one of these ones. This whole string of guards is going to start marching towards the road here. This one starts to see these vampires now, and is going to rush up to try to cut them off. And they kind of form the line in the street right there, kind of like hold their spears out in ready for this these three vampires that are rushing at them. Then we gotta handle our bats. Can I click you? Yes, cool. Tegan, you can hear with your like bristling and your pink fuzzy elongated bat ears, you can tell immediately there's some swarms coming in your direction. And then it is the guards by you, which... Oops. Guard V is going to make a spear attack, which definitely hits, dealing 10 piercing damage. E is again going to try to break away. Ooh, and it does. And kind of takes a step back, provoking an opportunity attack, which fucking misses. And then this one's also going to make a spear attack, which I believe that one does hit, dealing 4 damage. so we are back round to the other guards wherever they are on this big map. Where are they? There you are. So miss from that one. That is a miss from that one. That is a miss from that one. That is a hit. Taking 7 damage. And these ones are going to start rushing in the rear flanks. Kind of unsure what this floating... What does your spiritual weapon look like anyways, Manu? Is it just like a floating trident, or...?
Yeah, it's a trident. I actually do have a picture of it somewhere.
Yeah, at some point you should upload that to your character sheet. I'll try to make a separate thing for it. That's the guard's turn, and then Irina and crew are going to continue their little hoofing it down the main street. What can they see from there? They do see kind of like the street is blocked off by a line of guards a good distance in front of them. And Manu, you're up next.
Let's see. As part of my bonus action, I'll move my spiritual weapons. I can only go 20 feet. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to dash. And then what I'm going to do is... I am going to cast Guiding Bolt at Vampire D.
Okay. Are you rolling for attack on that one, or?
Yeah, I got a 9 total.
Does not hit.
Oh, that's my turn then.
Okay, and I think Tegan is up next.
Okay. I will announce to the guards, there were 4 or 5 of them that I saw. They came from the coffin maker's house, and I have no idea what those are, pointing to the swarms of bats. And with all of that said, know there was a way to do there. There it is. I will Eldritch Blast at Vampire Spawn A.
Which does not hit.
No. And that will be my turn.
Okay. Up next is Sunny, and at this point, you'd basically be right in front of the orphanage.
I think Sunny just keeps yelling at if there's any remaining orphans to get inside, and if there aren't any, don't come outside.
Okay. Roll a performance or persuasion.
Sure, I'll do performance again. And that is a nat 20 plus, well, just nat 20, I guess.
Okay, you do see it look like maybe a couple kids were playing hide and seek in the bushes here. A couple was just like, they recognized you as the person who had kind of like helped out before, and you know, take it to heart. A handful of kids run inside. You feel like you hear the wooden cross being dropped in front of the door. But
Yay! Good job, kids.
Next up would be Ricky, who is still kind of running up. He doesn't want to get involved in any of this. He just wants to do what Daddy Strahd told him to do, which is to meet him at the church. And then it would be the vampire spawn's turns next. And one round ago, they lost their turn status, so they're good to go again. But first up is Vampire Spawn A, who is very unhappy with this turnaround of events. Is going to get up in your face. And it's going to lash out at you with its claws with an 8 plus 6. I think that we established that hits. And
Yes.
then instead of making a claw attack, it's going to make a bite attack against you, which is 17, so that does hit. It is 5 points of piercing damage plus 7 points of necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 7.
Okay, well, I am down again. I'm at 0.
Oh no. Here, I'll just run back real quick from the orphanage.
Real quick.
Yeah, just give me a couple turns. We're on round 20.
These two are rushing.
And my 5 feet of dirt didn't stop all of the vampire spawn.
So these three have just gotten up in the face of the guards. They're going to start making attacks. One slash has one guard looking really bad. Oh, and it gets two. Where is it? The second one does not hit. That one definitely hits, and then another one. Doesn't hit. So this guard is also taken down to almost no hit points. Two more claw attacks from this vampire towards you. Doesn't hit, and definitely hits. Also taking this guard down to dangerous hit points. That believes is all the vampires. There it is. Okay, and then Sonny, you see this kind of like big trail of smoke just kind of arcs through the air and slams down onto the ground, and you kind of lose track of it. Kind of in between, there's a building in between you and the entrance of the church is where you assume this kind of like smoky form touched down. But next up would be the lazy murder crew that's kind of going through and killing the village people. Oh no, not the band. They each are gonna try to kill somebody. Escher just can't do it for some reason, and Valenta is just like a relentless killing spree going on now. Does not drop a commoner with that one.
You said it's Valenta that keeps managing to drop commoners?
Yep.
So then the irony of her last name basically being Popoff.
Mm-hmm. It's like, get snatched, commoners. Then it's the Bat Swarm's turn. They're gonna rush into the guard spaces. This swarm's not going to be really effectual, not very effective against that one. And a 12 does not hit this guard. Other bats. Manu, you see this cloud of bats is kind of like zooming past you up the road, kind of skirting around this double line of guards. But then it's the guards that are near Tegan's go. This guard is going to engage with is kind of trying to swing a spear at a swarm of bats. Doesn't really seem effective in that particular instance. His friend, however, E over here is doing something.
Styling on it.
Just like basically making a shish kebab out of like half of basically like half of the bats that are in that cluster. And T is gonna kind of join up, and actually no, it's gonna stay 10 feet back because it has 10 feet reach. It's going to attempt to make a spear attack against that vampire, which fails miserably. Okay.
We're just doing really well over in this corner of the city. It's...
And it's the other group of guards' turn. Where's that confrontation happening? That's over here. Yeah, these guards are kind of trying to flank in. Kind of shore up this line. And X, F, Z, U, and D doesn't quite. So these four are going to start making attacks against the vampires. X is going first, going to make a pike attack, and that misses. F is, or sorry, I said pike because I forgot to rewrite this as spear. It is a spear attack. Also a fucking miss. Z is attacking F, I think. Also a really close miss. U is also gonna miss. And the other ones used a dash action to get that far. And Irina and company are continuing to kind of back up into this. They could see that something is going on from where they're at, but can't quite tell beyond the backs of the guards. And it is the start of round 21. Manu is up next. I kind of have to pee. I don't know. It's about 8 o'clock. I don't know how y'all feel about taking a little break.
We can take a break.
I'm up for it.
Sweet. Yeah, about 8:15 or 10:15 for two of y'all.
Okay,
And,
see y'all.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all in a bit.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
You're muted.
I was double muted. All right, picking right back up where we were. It is Manu's turn.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna just scoot my spiritual weapon that way. And then I'm going to... Actually, I'm going to go there. And I am going to cast Thunder Wave at level 2.
Okay. Is that all of them make saving throws, or?
Just the two vampires here. They're the ones that are going to be caught in it.
Okay.
And they have to make Constitution saves.
It's 22 for the first one. And an 18 for the second one.
They still take half damage, so they both take 8 thunder damage.
F is starting to look kind of bad.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, and then Tegan, you're up next. Did you say you were down? I'm sorry.
Yep, and that's my first failed death save.
Oof. Okay.
I feel like I've been here before, a time or two.
Sunny, you are up now. You are basically, if you dash from here, double dash from here, you get about 1/7 of the way to the church.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the old church run.
Right. And as you kind of round a corner a little bit, you still aren't quite seeing the entrance of the church where that smoke touched down. Next up is Ricky, who finds himself faced with like a wall of people like blocking his way, but he is going to try to just like dash his way through, and with disadvantage because he doesn't have a mouth. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna try to like body language, just like, oh, I'll totally back you up, but then he just kind of sneaks on by and keeps dashing towards the church. All right. This vampire has downed you, Tegan, and it is gonna just try to make swift dispatchal of the rest of these guards and is going to make an attack against T. And then it is going to make a second claw attack. The second misses. But that guard is looking really rough, kind of like almost drops down to one knee. The rest of the vampire spawn are gonna be rushing up. These two using their action to dash to get right up in melee range with you, Manu. But E... let's do this from the top so I don't miss one or do one twice. D's gonna take 2 claw attacks against... The first one hits X, who is down. F. Oh, that's funny. F is attacking F. Is going to make 2 claw attacks. Both of which hit. And that guard is downed. E is going to turn around and take 2 claw attacks against you, Manu. Uh, 22, which I'm pretty sure it hits you, and 8, which I'm pretty sure does not hit you. So 8 slashing damage. And the other ones use their dash to get there. Sonny, you hear from the direction of the church off into the distance the sound of just like terrified screaming.
I yell as loud as I can. Just wait 6 more turns. I'll be there in approximately 36 seconds. Hold on. And and then I move 90 feet and I say, only 30 seconds left to go.
Oh, that wasn't happening on your turn. That was happening
Just kidding.
on
Still 36 seconds.
a thing that
on.
is currently invisible happening in between turns. But after that, Escher and Valenta continue their lazy killing spree. Escher fucking hits one and creates a corpse. Valenta hits one. Oops. And creates a corpse.
Yeah.
I keep doing that.
Omega Fireball.
Okay. Where were we? These two bats are going to engage these two guards that are over by our fallen friend Tegan.
Here's
This one doesn't hit. This one doesn't hit. But there are other bats that still need to move. Where are they? And it's, I believe, yes, these guards by Tegan's turn. That one's gonna miss. That one's gonna hit. Spearing two more of these bats. This kind of like this swarm of bats that kind of come up into this crowd, split into two, and this guard is like a master skewer over here, just like spearing. He's got like he's got more than a dozen bats on the end of his spear. And then it's the rest of the guards' turn who are up here. Okay. Spear attack from C is going to miss. Spear attack from G is going to hit. Spear attack from Y is going to hit. And that one there is starting to look really bad after that. And it's about to get another attack from Z, who hits. Who is looking really bloody after that last hit. U is going to turn its attention to Vampire E. Miss. R is also going to send attack to that same vampire and hit. D is going to send another attack its way and miss. M is going to send an attack at C. And miss. And L is also going to send an attack at C. And hit. Ooh, hit big time. Then it's Irina and company rushing up to... Oops. Ricky was like there, right? And Manu, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon in, and I will use it to attack F.
Okay.
A 20 to hit.
Hits.
For 9 force damage.
All right. With that force strike against this vampire spawn here, it goes down and twitches for a moment, but you have killed one of the vampire spawn.
Victory in small measures. And then as my action, it's really difficult to hit anybody with AoEs without hitting the guards too. Okay, so as my action, I will cast Word of Radiance, which will only damage creatures that I choose. So I choose the 3 vampires that are right by me there. And they have to make a Constitution save with a DC of 14.
18 from the first one. Six from the second one. And 7 from the third one. So 1 success and B and C fail.
The 2 that failed take 2 whole radiant damage. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, Tegan. Death saving throw.
Nope.
Nope. Oof, this is getting tight, y'all. Okay, and then Sunny. You'd be about 2/7 of your way there.
Cool. I do that. Yeah. But
And Ricky is getting really close to Irina and them, running completely the wrong way. Then it's the vampire spawn. This one is gonna go in for a grapple. Basically a claw attack in lieu of a grapple, which does hit. It's not taking that slashing damage, but it is going to go in for a bite, which hits. And this guard has been downed. And I was about to say you see, but none of you see this. As it reaches back, it's like blood dripping off of its fangs as it like rears its head back. It seems like it is self-healing a little bit. Okay, and it's these other vampire spawn here's turn. And Manu, on their turn, you see as the ones that have been dealt some damage just like immediately start to it's like their bodies are regenerating themselves as they're just standing there. D is gonna go ahead and make an attack against C, or 2 attacks, a couple claw attacks. The first one hits, the second one does not. Oof. And guard C is looking really, really hurt. E is gonna freely provoke a ton of opportunity attacks to just dash through the line. Seeing this, B is gonna do the same. And so is C. So that's Manu, you've got 3 opportunity attacks, and so does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of these guards do. Miss, miss, miss. Hit, miss, miss. So this one got hit for 7.
I got a 6, a 9, and a 12.
None of which hit. Hit, miss, hit. 6. Miss, hit, hit. Hit, miss, hit. And then last one is hit, miss, miss. All right, Sonny, it's not your turn, but you do hear up ahead at the church the kind of like muffled sound of screamings get suddenly louder, as if like a door had opened. Escher and Valenta are continuing their killing spree. I feel like in about a round of from now, they're not going to be able to find commoners because most people have cleared the streets by now. Escher misses again, and Valenta hits again. Leaving a small trail of bodies where she goes. And it's the swarms, which are these two by the guards near the eastern gate are going to make bite attacks against those guards. That one hits. That one misses. it is the guard's turn. His immediate threat is still these swarms. This one to the north is gonna miss, like he has every round so far. This one to the south hits. Skewering all but in that half of the cloud, there's only like 3 bats fluttering around.
If E survives this, they deserve a promotion. I think they're doing the best of the guards.
These 3 are gonna rush. Actually, I shouldn't do that. They don't need to do that. Okay. Y, Z, U, and R are going to make spear attacks against vampire spawns. Hit. Miss. 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 Alright, so that hit was for 7. Okay. But the rest of these guards are going to make spear attacks against Vampire D. Hit. 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 Miss. Miss. So the first 3 were hits, so that's 10, 11, 12, 22. And then it's Irina and company still rushing down. And Manu, you're up again.
Alright. First, I will attack the vampire spawn D with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
16?
16 does hit.
For 10 force damage.
Nice.
And then, wait a second. And then Vampire C needs to make a dexterity save. I'm going to use Sacred Flame.
That is a 14.
And that just passes. That's my DC. And then I shall move up that way. And that's my turn.
Hey, I passed one.
Nice.
Next.
Set something up real quick.
Just hold on for another 19 rounds and someone can get to you.
All right, sorry. And then it is Sonny's go. Which would get you, I think, 3/7 of the way to the... Which is, like, there-ish.
Yeah, that works for me. Not much else I can do right now.
And then it's Ricky going. Just gonna blow right past them. And I think Irina is gonna look back at Ricky and be like, "Oh, I was told to come to the coffin. What happened to your mouth?" And then it is vampires up next again. A is going to look back and forth between guards V and E, noticing the one to the north has been completely ineffective at taking out the swarm of bats and is choosing to go after E to kind of take that one out. How is... Oh, you're fucking great. So it is going to make 2 claw attacks. First one,
don't kill me now.
first one misses. Second one hits, and he does not die, but he looks real bad. The rest of the vampires are going to continue dashing away from that first skirmish line. I think Vampire C gets an attack of opportunity from you, Manu. I think it also gets an attack of opportunity against Y, Z, U, and R, so let me do that while I'm at it too.
I don't think it does. I wasn't within 5 feet of it, was I?
I think you were. Right? I think...
No, I don't think I was.
I think just this one was, like, there or something.
No, I don't think it was. I didn't get within 5 feet or whatever.
Okay. Then I believe the other ones weren't. Or no, I think this one was here. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that one was there, so you were within 5 feet of it, and the rest of these guards were also within 10 feet of it. I'm pretty sure that's where I just took it from. Let me measure that. Oh, no. Then, no. If that's 70 feet, there's no way then. Never mind. No opportunity attacks there. And they are rushing that way. The screams that Sonny, where are you? You're there? You're getting pretty close to the church, and the screams have become like violent cries of agony. Strahd's brides are now gonna start dashing. Okay. The bat swarms. Doesn't hit. Doesn't hit. And it's the guards. Miss. Miss. Okay.
No, Yee, we had so much hope for you.
These guards are trying to get within spitting distance of these vampires. These guards are going to do their best to down this last vampire. Hit. Miss. Hit. Miss. Hit. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 25. And that one seems to be pretty wounded, at least from what Manu can see from there. And that is all the guards. Sorry, I have to look something up real quick. And that is... come on. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I thought something would be relevant this turn, but it'll be next round. Irina's gonna falter in her steps and not want to quite come up. These two also do the same. Yevgeny and Soldar. So your mighty wolf hunters are firing arrows at this wall of vampires, and 4 arrows between the two of them completely miss. Reports of their expertise may have been exaggerated. And Manu, you're up.
Right, first things first. Spiritual weapon on Vampire D.
Okay.
Which is, that's totally a miss. It's 10.
Yep.
Okay, and I need Vampire C to make a dexterity save.
$14.
That's my turn.
All right. Tegan.
I am now at two failures and 2 successes.
It's getting really tight here. But let me check on something. that is invisible. And Sunny.
I'm all about that continued running. All right.
What are you,
Let's
like 2 turns away from getting to the front door, I think?
Yeah, looks like it.
You spent like
Getting
5
there.
turns so far? Alright, and then Ricky, who doesn't bother to respond, he technically could, just not with his mouth, is just keep on keeping on. Keeps going to basically where Sunny started this game session off at. Then the vampires are up. Vampire A is going to make a couple claw attacks. That's a miss. What is your AC? That's also a miss. The other vampires. So Irina takes 2 huge claw attacks. This vampire is going to disengage. And all the while, Sunny, as you're getting closer, I think from where you are, you probably could see that the church doors are thrown open. There are a few adults and children kind of like rushing out of the area. Then
Going
we
crazy.
hop back over to this murder couple. And the bats. I'm just going to roll for that. That's a miss. And that's a miss. So those bats miss. Then we're up to the guards. So one's going to step away from that to try to get in range with Vampire A to see if he has any better luck with the bats. Oh man, this is really not wanting to load, so I've got to have to roll for this actually. That's a miss. Oh, that's a hit. What does a guard even roll? What was the spear attack?
All I see are the pikes.
Yeah, it says pike, but it's
D10.
supposed to say it's a D10.
D10 plus 1.
That's 9. Your boy E does, and I can't even, oh, come on. I was keeping track of your hit points on here. At least it tells me what it was. Okay, and then the rest of the guards. So G, C, M, and D are going to make ranged melee attacks against that vampire there. Oh man, something's going weird with... Okay. What am I even looking at? My internet's really not happy right now. Sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm just gonna do this manually. That's a miss from G. That is a... I don't know what to add to this either. Okay, +3. Does not hit. Okay, GCM. That's a hit from M. And that's a miss from D. This is a 4, 5. And D's looking a little rough too. I think that's all of the guards' turns. Huh. This isn't loading. For me. That's not reloading for me for some reason, but it would be these ones' turns right now. I'm sorry, I need to take like 60 seconds. Hold on.
No worries.
Looks like this actually reloaded. It's frustrating for a second. So, need to take Vampire D down a little bit. Oh no, you're still wanting to do this? Try a new window on here. I wonder if the table plop itself is experiencing issues right now. Because both my devices are struggling with it.
At the same time, after you started having lag issues with table plops, Z Beholder started having lag issues also.
Let me. I'm gonna open one of my table plops and see if it works. Mine are running slow also. I'm having trouble just even getting into it. Let's see, Firefox.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I can't even open a scene. Yeah.
And the scene I have open is just the one that's been open. I've been trying to load it on this, and let me try to reopen close tab on here. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little shitty at theater of the mind, even with a small board, and this is ridiculous. I don't know necessarily how to go forward if table plop is.
Yeah. I mean, Sunny can pretty easily continue doing what she was doing.
Right.
I don't know.
But
I'm
if we do it in a browser window that we already have open, I feel like it's gonna like undo any action we've taken, like once whatever network issues they're having are resolved. I feel like any input we do into a browser until that happens probably will get undone as soon as I don't really know how that works, but I feel like that's how that works.
I mean, this might be because my character is completely uninvested in what's happening, but I also, as scout, am pretty uninvested as to like what the guards and vampire spawns are doing. So if those are not 100% accurate, I am not super worried about it personally.
Okay.
So I don't know
How
what else
about
do we want.
we take another
Okay,
15 if that sounds good for you?
sure.
So that's what's that? 40 after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I'll get on the table plop Discord and see if that's working out, and if not, if that's not back by the time we come back, we might try to do just a little bit of out of compat RP for Scout, and possibly we'll see what's in the work for Tegan. But yeah, sorry about that. See y'all
No worries.
in a little bit. Hopefully,
Not our fault. Just happens.
yeah, hopefully this gets sorted out in
Try one
due
more
time.
time. Yeah, I still can't load it. Oh well. It looks like they had problems like about a week ago as well. So
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is when it's like a mostly single developer person. Can't really be mad at them. Well, see y'all in a little bit. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi.
Hey. Looks like tabletop's back.
Yeah, I went on the Discord to check, and other people were experiencing problems, and then like a minute later, somebody was like, "Oh, it's back up now." Okay. So I've got to adjust some hit points real quick. Where are your hit points? So that many. And D. You are down to that many. Okay. This elderly, outside of these lands looking gentleman says to Irina, "You might want to back up, sweetie. This old tiger got moves that'll make your wig spin." Runs over here. Let's see. Vampire E is going to have to make a charisma saving throw. And it fails. And this one just disintegrates, just like seems to fizzle out of existence in front of you all. But I don't think, maybe Manu probably sees that happen. That's Rictavia's turn. Irina kind of got hit a couple times by that vampire and backed up a bit, goes, "Oh!" Yevgeny and Soldar are going to miss twice. Miss 4 times. Some beefy hunters they seem to be. Okay. Flapping kind of over this building comes this kind of large raven-looking creature. And then behind it, just a huge cloud of more ravens come to enter this fray. And Manu, you are up.
All right. Vampire D's still alive, yeah?
Sorry, where is that one?
By the blue dot. You can, in the
Correct.
initiative track, you can just double click on them and it'll snap to it.
Oh, that's good to know. Yes, correct. It is still alive. It is looking a lot worse for wear, though.
Okay, I'm going to attack it with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
A 16?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's showing up as... That's also not where it's supposed to be. That's why. Something weird happened when the... I should refresh this. Because this is not exactly where everything's at.
Oh, is D-Nut supposed to be there?
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be like here. Or like here. It was within 10 feet of most of these.
Okay. Then I would have had to move it. I wouldn't have been able to get far enough.
That might have been something weird that happened. I'll just let you, like, put your spiritual weapon right on it. Like, I don't know if something weird happened with the resetting of...
Well, I rolled a 16 to hit it.
That does hit.
10 force damage.
Oof, and it reels back a little bit, almost it's like it just got smacked with an anvil. Like, it is looking pretty hurt.
And then as my action, I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at it.
Okay.
A 17.
That does hit.
Uh, 22 radiant damage.
Oof. That one just like blasts a just like hole in its chest that just seems like the radiant energy just like really just like sizzling away at it as this like vampire corpse just lays there like smoke vapor coming off of its chest.
And then I will move up that way, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Tegan,
Last
you got
one.
a death saving
Success.
Success.
I
So you are
stabilized.
stabilized at 0 hit points?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sunny, you, if you're sprinting, are to a place where you are 1 round away from the front door. I'll say about there.
Let's get this.
Ricky keeps dashing. And it is the vampire's turn. B and C. Gonna make some claw attacks here. It's 2 misses. That's a hit, and that's a hit. And just with 2 claw attacks that managed to hit Soldar, he is looking like he shouldn't have got into this fight in the first place. And where are the other...
How did that going around?
Vampire A is like unsure what to do at this point. Just this whole crowd of ravens have kind of like appeared out of nowhere. It's going to make... Where are you at? Okay, yeah. It's going to make a couple claw attacks against this swarm directly in front of it. Which both hit. Just seeming to just like snatch ravens and feathers out of the air, like really thinning out this herd here. Valentha and Escher keep going on their murdery jog. And it is the guards next. I'm sorry, it's the swarm of bats next. It's gonna go for a bite attack, which misses. This one's also going to go for a bite attack, which hits. And this guard here almost drops to one knee, like still keeping his spear aloft, but just barely hanging in there. And I gotta move some other bats. Where are you? The swarm coming up behind the hunters is going to make an attack at the one that really got hit hard. and it's gonna hit. And Soldar is down. And Yevgeny kind of cries out, Soldar! But then it is the guard's turn. He kind of like uprights himself and tries to make one last stab at this swarm of bats to his left. And gets the last 3 fluttering bats that were kind of swarming around him. And he looks like he looks behind him and sees the vampire that's still like right up in his face, basically back turned because it's now engaged with the swarms of ravens. Looks like he's on the verge of death, but like satisfied at least getting one of those swarms down.
So Guard E has his own theme song somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's like 21
Holding
and
out
24 from Venture Brothers. I guess he wouldn't be a henchman, but
I'm thinking more like holding out for a hero.
Well, I'm sure that would be you, but you're almost dead.
R there is gonna go. I keep doing that where I like don't actually need to get them that close. Oops, that's a vampire. And that is just barely a hit. Takes 5. I think that is all the guards that have actions to do. This kind of spry old man is going to run up to this vampire. And it's his cane that he's kind of been like limping on a little bit with like the sudden agility. He just like flips a spring on it, and just like this skinny sword comes out of it, and he swings against this vampire twice. And misses the first time, but hits a second time. Irina kind of like seeing these vampires and like also seeing these bats kind of flutter around is kind of gonna like hesitate for a moment. She's going to try to console Yevgeny Kruskin a little bit, who has just lost a dear friend, and says, I know it hurts. They've been hurting me my whole life. Please give them hell. He's going to pull out his sword and take a violent swing. And just like tears are streaming down his eyes, he just like swings wide and doesn't even connect. But on his turn, he kind of steadies himself, shakes it off, and swings 2 more times, and does manage to hit once. Okay, these swarms are surrounding this vampire. And it seems like a lot of them just kind of like glance off this thing, but a few of them do seem to connect. Behind you, Tegan, you still unconscious, not at risk of immediately dying. You're kind of in this like black unconscious state when you almost feel like a gentle like rustle on your shoulder. You almost choke for a second, and you spit out a little bit of liquid, and you kind of just like gasp in a little breath, and you come to with 10 hit points. And you look behind you. There is this strange, like, hybrid of a creature that is like a walking raven, humanoid in size, and small little like feathery hands in kind of like the halfway point in between its wings.
Cool.
And it says, "It's okay. We're here to help." And Manu, it's your turn.
Alright, let's see. First, I'm going to move a bit. And then, right here, I am going to cast Shatter, which has a 10-foot radius. 10. So I should just be able to get these 4 that are in a line here,
Okay.
inside of that. And they have to make Constitution saves.
So that's a 16, a 14, a 7, and an 18.
Okay, so only one of them fails. The one that fails takes 12 thunder damage, and the others take 6. And that'll be my turn.
All right, Tegan, you are up. You are prone at 10 hit points. You're seeing this strange creature behind you that is tucking away a little glass vial that they just fed you with.
Okay, does T look dead or just unconscious?
It's difficult to say. Definitely unconscious.
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, I can just move around to the back here. And I'm going to patch up E. Healer's kit.
Okay.
First aid. Okay. D6 plus 4 plus however many hit dice it has. So I don't know how many hit dice it has, but that plus 9 is the healing done.
9 plus its amount of hit dice.
Correct.
You just got him to maximum.
Yay! And then eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Now I'll end there.
Okay. And Sunny, I think this is the turn you'll be getting right to the front door of the church.
Yeehaw.
You're seeing there's definitely a couple people that have started to run off, and the doors have slammed closed once more. But you should be able to get right up to the door.
Okay. I am right up to the door. Yeah. I guess if that's my action. No, that's okay. I still have an action. Can I see? I have an action. I'm not really sure what else to do with it right now. Can I just use it to like open the? No, I guess that doesn't help me at all. Oh, okay. I'm going to. I think this is maybe the first time. No, it's not the first time I've used it. I'm going to use Misty Step and teleport. Oh, do I need to be able to see? Oh, yeah, I can't see. Can I use an action, or like, can I just open the door?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll open the door and look inside.
I feel
But
like even you probably, you know, dash there is just like this Olympian level, just like peak physique, just like got yourself from one end of the town to the other. You get to the door and you almost see that door as like a bit of ribbon. And you kind of just like chest connects with it and it just bursts open.
all right, then I'm here. A lot of people in here.
Ricky is still huffing it to try to get there.
Oh, I wasn't done with my turn.
Okay.
Could you describe what's inside, I guess?
Yeah. As you come up to this like centuries old stone church, it's like this bulging steeple in the back, and walls are lined with cracked and stained glass windows depicting pious saints. Inside, you see just like huddled these churchgoers in the pews. There is the little boy who did you go to the church with everybody else, or did you hang back?
I don't remember.
If you did, you recognize the little boy that's in this foyer, kind of just like hiding in the corner. If you didn't, it's just a little boy. But you do see, right as you step through the door, Strahd has pushed Father Lucian off of his post and is almost like with his arms wide as if he's about to prepare his own sermon for this flock of frightened Vallakians. But that's what you see.
Okay.
Fuck him up. You got this.
So, did I see him push the?
Yeah, that is basically what had happened as you pushed the door open.
Okay. I'm gonna magic missile him.
Okay.
Let me grab my die. All right, Sunny up. Well, all she says is she upgrades her earlier phrase and goes, "Fucking vampires," and blasts the magic missile for. Uh, 10 damage to Strahd.
Okay. And he looks at you a bit amused, almost. And he says, "Your impudence knows no bounds. Have a seat, child. You may learn something this day."
There are no seats near me, so I'm just not going to do that.
And it is.
I think I'll wait until my next turn to do any more role playing. I think I'll just end it right there for a second.
It is the vampire's turn. Tegan, you see as this vampire that had previously taken a good amount of damage is starting to self-heal a bit. And it is going to actually turn around and looking at you as someone that has already been downed and frustrated and get right up in your space again. It is going to make 2 claw attack against you.
No.
It's like 1 hit and 1 miss. Okay, that is that vampire's turn.
What was the damage for the hit?
9. 9 slashing damage, sorry. Over at this other battle site. Vampire B is going to make a couple claw attacks against our friend Rictavio. So 23 and a 13. And they both hit. C is going to make a couple attacks. Neither of which, or one of which hits. Get some of these off the initiative count here. Okay, sorry. Next we have Strahd's turn. Strahd is arrogantly leaning up against the lectern. Father Lucian is kind of on like reverse crab walk on all fours, kind of like trying to readjust his position so he could stand back up, and says, Father Lucian, how so unlucky for you. I had meant to kill you in 2 days' time from now. And he glances over to you, Sonny, and says, but some wrenches in my plan, some flies in my ointment. It was not so. And today will be the day that you die, Father. It is beyond time that the people of my lands grow beyond such trite things as faith. I trust you have told your people about the story of the feast of Saint Andral, but have you told them the real story, Father? That's gonna end his turn for now. Bat swarm time. That one does not manage to hit. These bats that have just kind of swarmed around this party are going to start making their attacks. 13 does not hit Irina. 14 does not hit Irina. 11 does not hit Irina. 16 does not hit Irina. Uh, 16 does hit Yevgeny. And one last one is going to take some bites against you, Manu, which is 13 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. Then it's the guards. It's going to rush up here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Keep doing that. Don't need to do that. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. Sorry. Hit against this vampire. A miss against that swarm of bats. A miss against that swarm of bats. A hit against that swarm of bats. So 11. Takes 4. Tavi is going to take a couple swings against this vampire with his sword cane, and they both miss. Irina is just going to like stumble backwards, like kind of surrounded, unsure what to do. Let's see, 4. Miss. Miss. Hit. Hit. So 4 and 2. So Irina takes 6 damage. Okay. Yevgeny is up. He is he's gonna disengage. The swarm of ravens kind of fluttering around, trying to get in the face of everything that's kind of in the area, not being really effective about it, though. Is going to rush up into and kind of with its sharp ravenous beak kind of pecks at the face of this vampire twice, hitting once. Manu, you're up.
Alright, I am gonna come around the swarm of bats. I'll take an attack of opportunity from it.
9.
Nice. And then I am going to Thunder Wave at level 2, which will hit Bat Swarms X, I, and A, and hit the vampires C and B.
And they all need to make what kind of save?
They need to make Constitution saves.
So, Swarm of Bats got 16, 19, and 10, and the 2 vampires got 9 and 16.
Okay, so one of each fails, and then the other 2 pass. So if they pass, they take 7 thunder, and then the ones that failed take 15 thunder and are pushed 10 feet away.
Okay. Just like north from you, away from you, or away from the
Yeah,
center
yeah, just-
of... Okay.
Yeah, to the north.
10 feet, you said?
Yep.
And these 2 take, you said 14?
15, the ones that failed.
That swarm of bats is kind of down to singular bat. And you said the rest, this one, and this one take 7?
Yeah. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Tegan, you are up.
Okay, first thing I do is look right in A's face and say, "Oh, fuck you so much." Disengage and move away over here. And as I pass by, fuck that thing up, Super Burb. And pass Bardic Inspiration to the big Burb.
Is that a D4 to their attack rolls?
It's a D6 to 1 D20 roll of its choice within the next minute.
Okay. All right. And Sunny, you are up.
Okay. So I don't know how to fully like role play it, but I'll just kind of describe it. I think at this point, Sunny's kind of messed up. You know, she was just trying to go to school, and now I don't think she saw anyone die, but she like was close enough to hear all of her schoolmates dying. So I think she's not really trying to talk to anyone right now, and is just fucking sick of vampires. So she's just gonna do like she's just gonna dash up to Strahd and just try to stab him with a dagger. Just like nothing special, just very sad and scared attack. Which is 15 to hit.
Does not hit.
Yeah.
I think he just puts his hand out in front of where you're pulling the knife out, and it just like stops you in your tracks, and he just glares you, like trying to make eye contact, and says, "Patience, child." Anything else you're doing with your turn?
No, that's... Yeah, I think now I'm gonna Misty Step 30 feet back away from him again. Which is my one use of Misty Step a day. Yeah, and I think that's it for Sunny for now.
Ricky's still jogging. And it is the vampire's turn. Vampire A is going to try to make a couple claw attacks against this new foe here. The hit and a miss. Where are my other vamps at? Did I lose some vampires along the way?
I've killed a couple.
Yeah, but there's 4 on initiative, and I've just moved 1, and I'm seeing 2 others, so I'm like missing 1 somewhere.
One of the ones on initiative is dead.
Okay, which one is that?
And then remember, you can just double click them and it'll snap too.
That's why. Okay. This one's going to take a couple claw attacks against this kind of sprightly old elder gentleman. One's a hit. And this one's going to take 2 claw attacks against you, Manu. 11 and 14. I think both of those miss you.
Yes, they do.
Meanwhile, over at the church, Sonny, you had just misty stepped, tried to stab Strahd. He just like lazily put a hand up in front of you. You misty stepped away to kind of get out of range of his retaliation, and he simply grins a little bit in your direction, and he's chuckling a little bit as he's trying to make eye contact with you. I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's gonna be a 5. Does that
Yeah.
cut it
Nah,
against the most powerful villain?
does
in...
not quite cut the mustard.
Okay.
He says, "Have a seat, if you would please." And you are feeling compelled to obey Daddy Strahd. And
I mean, now you say it that way, and Sunny happily takes the seat.
perhaps you will learn something this evening. And he turns over to Father Lucian, and he says, "My dear father, you have a new sheep in your flock tonight. I'm sure this one has never heard the story of the feast of Saint Andral. Perhaps you would care to give it your best, and I will correct you where you are mistaken." Father Lucian kind of like looks around this crowded room kind of wildly, considering what to do. And he kind of gives out this haunted look, like he wants to cry out for his congregation to flee, but he knows that's not necessarily going to save him. And he looks at you, Sonny, with this like kind of panicked and pleading look, and kind of back up to Strahd, and he says, "Go on, Father. Tell them about the feast." And he kind of puts his hand on the lectern to support himself as he rises up from the floor after being pushed down. And he says, "Well, as most of my people know, the feast of Saint Andral occurred nearly 400 years ago, when there was a darkness long before I was father here. A darkness that descended upon our church. And the one who was father of the flock at the time, he did what he could to fortify the walls and protect them on the inside, but they were surrounded for days and nights, and on the brink of starvation, the father, he offered his own body up to the people. And for 7 days and 7 nights, they fed upon our father's body. And that day he became a saint, as the darkness fled after the last of his body was consumed." And Strahd kind of chuckles. "Is that what you've been telling these people? How very, very wrong you are." Meanwhile, some more jogging is happening. We're on to the bat swarms. miss. Where are the other ones at now? Yevgeny gets a couple bites from a swarm of bats. Rictavio gets a couple bites, and this guard here, letter R, gets some bites too. And it's the guard's turn. Let's start with the ones that are here. Miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. It's like these guards have like barely been asked to actually defend this town much, and a lot of them are not really. It's like they don't have the practice to do so. This other wall of guards are kind of just standing strong, kind of forming a phalanx with their spears out to stop the advance of these other two guards, or these other two vampires. Something's not right. There wasn't 3 guards here. There was one up, one unconscious, and there was not a 3rd guard here. Am I losing my mind? Is there just too many pieces on the table? I feel like there's
been 3 guards here this whole time. It's just that T was unconscious for a while.
Okay. And is still, but this token is covering up that icon. Okay, sorry. These guards have turns. Let's take those. That one hits. And that one just barely hits. E, your boy, is doing some good shit over here. 5 points of piercing damage.
Rooting for you, E. I believe in you.
And then we are back over to Rictavio. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let's make a couple more swings at the bats. And kills one. So kind of like taking a couple wide swings with a sword cane, like splits this U-shaped swarm of bats in half, kind of like eliminating a lot down through the middle. Irina's really unsure what to do. I think she's gonna continue to creep around this corner. And then Yevgeny is going to short sword this swarm here and miss. So he's going to short sword it again and hit. All right. Swarm of ravens time. This one's kind of like two swarms of bats and ravens are kind of just like amalgamating with each other. It seems like a bunch of the ravens do kind of manage to slice through. Ooh. Getting almost all of the bats in this swarm just out of the way. 'The were-raven's also going to make 2 beak attacks, both of which would hit without your d6, so she is not going to use that at this time. But that's dealing 4. And the other 2 swarm of ravens are doing similar things, just biting down. One misses entirely. The other misses entirely. Right. And then Manu, it's your turn.
I am unsure. I'll scoot around this way, and I'll take the attack of opportunity from the swarm of bats there.
Uh, 10 doesn't hit you, right?
Nope. And then once more, I am going to Thunder Wave, Vampire C and and the Swarm of Bats X.
Okay.
Gotta make.
Is that cons?
Yep, con saves.
12 and a 10. Both are fails, right?
Yep. Uh, 9 thunder damage.
You blast through all of the rest of the bats in that little cloud.
Just spray a mist of, of bats across the floor.
Tegan, you just hear just like very pitiful screams from far off.
Let's see. Then let's see. I'll start making my way up there. I'll take an attack of opportunity from swarm of bats. You.
And 4 points of piercing damage.
And I'll use my reaction to use Wrath of the Storm. So that swarm of bats needs to make a dexterity save. It takes 10 lightning damage.
Okay. You just dropped about half of the bats off of that pile.
That's my turn.
Okay, Tegan, you're up next.
Right, first I will healing word T. And T now has 4 hit points. And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast Vampire A. And I miss. For all the difference it makes.
But one guard has, started to get up and like sees a vampire to its right, and it's just like, oh. But if that ends your turn, Scout or Sunny is up next.
Yeah. Well, since I'm charmed, I think Sunny sits down. I guess to listen to the rest of this storytelling.
Pull out some popcorn. Like, damn, good story.
Yeah. I think I maybe No, I have a dream pastry, but I think I probably wouldn't eat that. Although, yeah, I think
Summer
Sunny's just like
blockbuster.
she's sitting there because Strahd told her to. But like her parasympathetic nervous system, like she's like just sitting there shaking, and her body's still in shock, even if she's like acting. Her brain and body are doing different things right now, so she's listening. And I guess that's gonna be it for Sunny. Just kind of doing what he said.
Strahd sees you taking your seat, and he smiles. He's pleased that you've sat down to, especially to listen to his part of this. And he turns to Father Lucian, and he says, "Very good, Father. You may sit back down. I will tell your people the truth, so perhaps they can know that there is no faith worth having. Nothing worth having faith in, be it not myself. I am ancient, I am powerful, I am the land. I am also the story. The original Saint Andral's feast. That was me too. You see, I have a guard some 400 years ago who betrayed me. He tried to kill me. It didn't work. He fled to these lands. Your story was wrong, Father. He was not the father of this church back then. He was a mere refugee hiding from me. But there is no hiding from me. And he looks over at you, Sonny. As our mutual dear Miss Kolyana is soon to find out, there is no running from me. No, I tracked this man to this very church. The father at the time, he was protecting this man, refused to let me at him. You do not refuse, Count Strahd von Zarevich. I entered, I killed the priest. This Leo, this Saint Andral. Did you know he was a vampire? Did you know that vampires are very, very, very hard to kill? No matter how much you stab and claw and bite at them. They just seem to heal themselves. It takes persistence to get us down. But it is not impossible. And they do feel pain. I tied him down to this very altar. I charmed the rest of this very church's dear, dear flock. And I instructed them to eat our dear Leo. It took them 3 days to kill him. I admit it was a bit melodramatic of me, and it had some unforeseen consequences. You see, I was driven out of this church by a blinding flash of light. I had accidentally performed an ancient ceremony I didn't know if even existed, and I had consecrated the bones of my enemy, granting a modicum of protection to this place. He turns to Father Lucian and says, I'm here to kill you today, Father. And there is not a damn thing you could do about it. And I will not be making the same mistakes twice, though I would very much love to see you suffer in much the same way as he did. Perhaps there is still time. And that's where we're going to end the episode.
All right. What's a fun vampire story? A spooky vampire tale.
Yeah, sorry that went on like an hour longer than I was supposed to, and everything was kind of flustered setting up. That was a lot to have on the board at the same time. I feel like a normal DM would know better than to do this. I just didn't.
Handled it like a champ.
I tried my best, and I appreciate that.
I can only imagine how exhausted you are at this point from all that.
Yeah, and then tabletop going down in the middle of it, and me trying to sort through some tech issues. And you probably noticed that I was every time it came around to the character Rictavio's turn, I was like looking at notes. I was like, I know there's cool shit this character could do, but I'm just gonna make 2 more cane sword attacks. Trying to. There was definitely like this last month has been kind of a lot for both Chris and I. So there was definitely some prep and homework and some research and note taking that I didn't have a chance to do. And then when I finally got a chance to sit down and do some prep work, it was like, oh, I've got to sort through tech issues first to make sure I could even run the game. But good game, y'all. See you next month.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scout, that you spent 14 turns just double dashing. I was trying to figure out a more engaging thing for you to do besides that, without it just being that, and also without just like throwing extra enemies at you, like for no reason.
I think eventually it just was that we never should have gone with that plan, and yeah.
But now look where you are. You're right in
now
the jaws of the enemy.
Talking to the big man himself.
Yeah, I mean, you got a front row seat to this action. I feel like your anti-church attitudes might be, you know, eating popcorn a little bit like over this, but
now I'm charmed by Strahd, so I like that Sunny went all that way to do one thing, and then it's just like, hey, why don't you sit down instead? Okay.
At least it doesn't seem like he knows you have the bones, and that might end up being like a surprise advantage at some point.
Yeah, I'm still. I guess I have a month to figure out what Sunny would do with the multiple allegiances she has right now. Like on one, because Strahd hasn't said like anything for me to do about the bones, so I can still just kind of do whatever.
I'm still waiting for the moment Tegan is out of battle. As the biggest proponent of never split the party in character that she is, the second she's out of battle, she's going to have that sinking realization of, oh no, we split the party.
We aren't just split, we are scattered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your signal whistles aren't doing shit for you right now.
No, they are not.
This battle changed Sunny. She's not okay. I think it changed everyone. Some of y'all don't even have mouths anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's just Ricky.
Yeah. I forget what were your dark packs or whatever they were called.
I have the bat ears.
Okay. That's not too bad.
I can only eat moldy, decayed, or otherwise non-edible foodstuffs, and I'm immune to poison damage.
So I gotta hold on to this dream dream pastry for you for a long time. Till it goes.
And hope it isn't magically preserved.
Oh, I was thinking, I hope it doesn't become like more potent with age. Like it becomes that like sticky icky after like a month.
Them dank edibles. I don't think that's how edibles really work, but magical edibles may be a little bit different.
Yeah, who knows? Alright, y'all. Well, it was fun.
Yeah, thanks for playing, y'all. Good game, and see y'all next time.
Night.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.